Very well. Right. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rare Castle in Warsaw, Poland. Today we are having a conference, a scientific conference devoted to the portrait of Anne of Austria by Peter Paul Rubens and his workshop. We will start with an introduction by Professor Juliusz Chrościcki. Later, Ms. Claire Toussaint will have her speech. Unfortunately, she couldn't arrive in person due to some travel difficulties. However, she'll be with us online. Later, Ms. Barbara Uppenkamp, I'm sorry for that, Uppenkamp will contact us online as well. She'll tell us about architectural settings in portraits of Anne of Austria by Peter Paul Rubens. And after that, we'll have a short break. But I truly recommend to stay with us because later we'll have, after the break, we'll have a very interesting and important presentation from Ms. Pisarek, who will tell us about recent discoveries regarding the authorship, regarding the provenance of the painting, and we'll finish with discussion. The questions will be welcomed. So please stay with us. We are streaming on our YouTube channel and also on Facebook. So I very much hope it will be a very interesting day. And let me now welcome Professor Pałkowski, Director of the Rare Castle in Warsaw.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is my pleasure to say a few words at the beginning of this seminar on the painting attributed to Rubens, a portrait of Queen Anne, beautiful woman, and the Queen of France. This seminar, we reached to the point we can say that the seminar will be open, but the situation with series of difficulties in traveling, some problems with COVID pandemic and the war in the East, in Ukraine, all these things made us in situation not quiet and difficult, but against all problems, we did it. Thank you I express my gratitude to all participants, speakers, who will give papers. And I can say that the castle is very much interested in the research of Rubens' painting, and this seminar opens the series of meetings, scientific discussions on some specific topics concerning our objects and paintings, especially in our collection. So this is the first seminar, and I hope not last. Thank you very much, and I declare the seminar is open. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for welcoming the guests. And now, Professor Juliusz Chrościcki with the introduction. Professor, the floor is yours.
Jednak wolę myśleć. My paper is a problem of the entry to very complicated problem of Rubens, one of the best portrait, royal portrait, in the moment very important politically in Europe in 1625. Peter Paul Rubens is a painter and in the same time diplomat, had worked intensively from in 1609 until the death Infanta Isabella Claire Eugenia. He died in 1633 and indirectly acted on the orders of Philip IV, who King of Spain, and also the King of England. In February in 1622, just before having for Paris, in the court of the Louis XIII and the Anne of Austria, Rubens received instruction from the Infanta Isabel. It's a very important way program politically by Rubens to the king and queen. Rubens spoke in the regent Maria Medici, her son King Louis XIII, and also his wife Anne of Austria. The sovereign Cardinal Richelieu wanted to large series propaganda paintings Mary of the Medici cycle, and also second, the life of Henry IV. It is problem very complicated, and also now after 3 years, it's a reality on the first series of painting. A few years later, Cardinal Richelieu had portraits of the Henry IV and his wife, Mary of Medici, and also Louis XIII. In the gallery of famous palace for Richelieu, it's near of Louvre in Paris. King Louis XIII, the grandson of the Mary of the Medici, ordered that Rubens' painting should be closed on this palace in the young artist or the foreigners. It's a decision by Louis XIV for really this decoration and political very important program, it's a closed for French public and also for the foreigners. And the question, very important, is a relation of the north and the other with Spanish power. Rubens wrote to Prince Gaspar of Guzman Olivares, 1596 and 1645. this is citation. In my humble opinion, I am very pleased. I would like to congratulate Your Eminence for this occasion. It's a problem of situation, new situation politically for the Catholic Northern. For the glory of our King Philip IV and for those of the monarchy, it's a dispensable sum of money needed for the paint by portrait of the king on the horse. The 30,000 golden coins, and that now realized by Rubens after this decision of the commission, Royal Commission in Madrid. After the death of Infanta Isabella in 1633, her successor, Cardinal Infant Ferdinand, no longer accepted Rubens' diplomatic reports, and really it's a Finnish relation with Rubens, with Cardinal Infant Ferdinand. George Villiers, or Villiers, the first Duke of Buckingham in 1592 and 1628, educated in France, performed important diplomatic function for the London court. The first, it's in Madrid, it's 1 year, and diplomatic contacts with important person, Madrid. And very important situation, Rubens prepared new portrait of Anne of Austria, really this, very important, and this is a moment of very important situation and relation England and France. This is a question of and really it's a problem of this not good situation for the Duke of Buckingham arrived in Paris on the May and stayed on the Hotel de Chevreuse, where is very said very warmly, representing the groom of King Charles and the honor of England representative. He wanted to shine in Paris. Madame Chevreuse portrayed the Duke Queen, the best made man in the world, become in the height of fashion. In the time, the week the Buckingham spent in Paris was not entirely, even to dancing and fasting. He also had long discussion with Richelieu, and which ordered him to bring France into a league of the anti-Habsburg powers and promise not to make a peace treaty with Spain. In the rooms of the Louvre, in no chance of the private meeting between Duke Buckingham and the Anne of Austria. This was an epilogue on this scene during that week. Buckingham then went to pay his respects to Anne of Austria, who was lying in her bed. These maidens of the chamber offered the Duke the chair. This accident and Amiens were soon reported to Louis, who was jealous of Buckingham and determined not to allow him return to royal residence Fontainebleau. Mariette Marie crossed over France and England on the 12th June 1625 and spent her first night in the Dower Castle with Duke and Duchess of Chevreuse, where she accompanied to the new queen to England. Another portrait of Anne of Austria, this time for the Duke of Buckingham, was created by Rubens, possibly in the help of the Justus von Egmont, 1674. However, it is difficult to give of the answer in the question of this portrait was completed for the next meeting after the Duke and the painter diplomat took place on the November 1625. December in 1626, the two meet of the port of Calais, where the marble and the dozen Rubens painting were packed in for the prince. And now about a dozen of the Rubens letters to the Gerbier, very important person and secretary of the Duke Buckingham. So far, we do not know a detailed letter of the Duke works in art sent to England, where Gerbier was waited for them. In the letter written from Amiens, Marie de Medici informs her son about the compromisation fact of the court on the Queen Anne of Austria and the scandalous behavior of the Duke Buckingham. Scene of appearance of the Duke Buckingham in the bedroom in Queen Anne and their walks near Amiens in the June 1625. The death of the Duke Buckingham in the August 1628 in the port of Portsmouth, his correction of art was dispersed, sold to other collection, including the Duke Marlborough family and other also collection. After Buckingham death, Gerbier and Rubens no break of his contact. They continue take in the authority of the Netherlands and United Province, visited of the Hague, Delft and Amsterdam. And really, it's a finished career diplomatic of the Rubens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. And now the time for a lecture by Ms. Claire Toussaint, who will tell us about conservation of the portrait. So, as I said before, she'll be with us online. And actually, welcome to the castle. So, I think we may start.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry I can't be with you today. I was looking forward to this moment. So yeah, luckily we are used to Zoom now. So I will do my presentation like that. So the portrait of Anne of Austria in a private collection was brought to Brussels in the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage called Kikirpa in 2020 for technical and art historical study and restoration. The Kikirpa is a public institute dedicated to the preservation, the study, and the promotion of Belgian artistic production. It is a unique place in the world because it's not linked to a specific museum and brings together art historians, conservators, scientists, which stimulates collaboration between specialized in an interdisciplinary approach to works of art. Portrait of Anne of Austria has a very prestigious provenance as it comes from the famous collection of the Duke of Marlborough, then in the nonetheless famous Morgan's collection, before entering the collection of the Metropolitan Museum, where it was sold in 1979. The closeness of the composition to the portrait of Anne of Austria in the Museo del Prado, painted by Brussels in 1622, has been noted in the literature, leading to debates about its attribution to the artist and/or his workshop. The study and conservation treatment of the painting at the Kikirpa offered the opportunity to reconsider this question from a stylistic and material point of view. The results of the Kikirpa study are the fruit of a collaboration between the staff of different departments, Steven Savawains, Alexia Coudray, and Louise Deck from the laboratory, Christina Curie and Elisabeth Van Eyck from the imagery department, and Livia de Poet and myself from the painting conservation studio. I cannot summarize everyone's research today, so I will focus on the points where I was particularly involved: the technical study of the painting and its conservation treatment, which provided crucial information on its dating and its material history. So let's start with the technical study and the description of the painting's material. The painting is lined with another canvas and strip-lined. The original canvas is therefore not visible on the back of the painting, but can be seen on the X-radiograph. It has a tabby wave, the thickness of the threads is irregular, which seems to indicate that it was woven by hand and not industrially. This means that the canvas probably dates from before the 18th century. Cusping, deformation of the size canvas due to its first traction on the original strainer, is visible along all four edges. Also, it is less marked along the left. Examination of the left edge shows that the original canvas has been cut here. See the left image where number 1 is the original canvas, then you have an intermediate strip lining, the lining canvas, and a modern strip lining. Along the other side, the original tack holes are preserved. See the right image, indicating that the current format of the canvas is largely that of the original format, although reduced to at the left. Scientific analysis carried out by Steven Savawains and Alexia Coudray show that the painting has a double ground. The lower ground is beige and made of chalk mixed with some earth pigment. The upper layer is light gray and contains a mixture of lead white, chalk, and black pigment. This type of double ground is quite common in the 17th century. There are many examples in Rubens' painting, as well as in those of contemporary artists. Although the existence of double ground is well documented, the reason for this practice remains a matter of hypothesis. On the one hand, it is possible that economic considerations were behind the choice of ground materials. By using a first layer made of cheap pigments, the painter could reduce production costs, as only a thin second layer of the more expensive lead white would be needed to obtain a suitable base tone for painting. This idea can be found in contemporary sources such as Pictoria Sculptoria and Quae Subalternum Artium, published in 1620 by Théodore Turquet de Mayenne, which mentions all base double grounds several times. He writes, "This ground, made of lead white, will be suitable as last layer, because if one wishes to save, one can apply a first layer made of ochre." On the one hand, it is also possible that the presence of two ground layers shows that the canvas was primed in two stages. The canvas could have been purchased from a supplier already pre-primed with a layer containing chalk and ochre pigments. Then, in the studio, another layer in gray color designed by the artist would have been applied on top. Whatever the reason of the application of two ground layers, the X-radiograph of the work showed that the second layer of ground was applied with a primer's knife as recommended by 17th century technical treatises, such as, again, in Turquet de Mayenne's manuscript, of which you have an illustration on the right. No underdrawing is visible in the infrared images. This doesn't mean that it is not present. It might be hidden behind the black motifs, such as the dress, or it was applied in a material undetectable in infrared, such as red chalk, for example. The non-detection of underdrawing is in fact very common for 17th century works. What we usually see is sketchy brushwork called underpainting, applied with dark paint, brown or black, to define the shape of the elements of the composition. This is particularly visible in small changes, such as in the sleeve, which was drawn a bit higher and to the left, as you can see on this detail on the right of the image. Speaking about changes, the scientific documentation revealed that the pearl necklace was first painted a bit lower. A more interesting change is the pearl earring, which was first painted bigger, corresponding more closely to the size of the pearl in the Prado version. Another change supports a close relationship between the studied painting and the portrait of Anne of Austria from the Prado. X-radiograph shows that the position of the hand was modified during the painting process. The first design of the hand that you can see on this detail on the X-ray in the middle was close to the Prado version, meaning that the artist who painted the private collection version has seen the Prado version or another similar version. And more interestingly, it means that the painter did not slavishly copy the painting. As for the canvas and the ground layers, scientific analysis of the pigments supports the 17th century dating for the painting. The range of materials employed is relatively limited. The subtlety of color relies on pigment mixture and the multi-layered application of paint. Lead white is used for the whites and to modulate the other colors. The blacks are most likely carbon-based pigments. The yellows and the browns are made from natural earth pigments. The red touches on the lips and the skin tones of Anne of Austria are vermilion-based. The main part of the blue curtain is painted by superimposing an azurite-based glaze on an underlayer containing indigo. The edges of the curtain are painted in azurite only, but we will discuss this point later. The presence of indigo may seem surprising at first glance. This organic dye often goes unnoticed as it is not detected by non-invasive methods, such as macro XRF scanning. However, it was frequently used in 17th century, either alone or in combination with other blue pigments. Pigment analysis carried out on works from the National Gallery in London have revealed its presence in several paintings by Van Dyck, such as in a portrait from around 1638, where the blue satin costume is also made up of azurite and indigo. The limited palette, based on the combination of complementary yellow, orange, and blue colors in the background, highlight the central figure who is soberly dressed in black in sign of mourning. The schematic treatment of the architecture in the background helps focus the viewer's gaze on Anne of Austria, whose face and hands are finely modeled with glazes and delicate impasto. The X-radiograph and the macro XRF scans of painting show that a layer rich in lead was locally applied underneath the face of Anne of Austria. The reason why this layer was applied is unclear. The first explanation that comes to mind is that the lead white based underlayer serves as a base coat for the execution of the flesh tones. A second explanation is that the underlayer was applied for someone else to paint in the face. In Rubens' studio, as in other workshops, it was indeed common that several artists worked on one painting, depending on the specialization of each artist. Finally, it cannot be excluded that this underlayer was applied simply to hide an error or a change during execution of the face and chest. An important last discovery about the painting process was made during conservation treatment. The examination of the painting in normal light and the infrared images revealed a difference in color and tone along the four edges. This difference in color appears more distinctly during cleaning, especially in the curtain. This color difference comes from the fact that the pigments are different. Scientific analysis indicate that the blue drapery of the first composition was painted with indigo and azurite glazes. See the cross-section on the left. While the addition are made of azurite, see the cross of only azurite, so see the cross-section on the right. This was less visible before cleaning because the curtain was covered by areas of overpaint, visible on this cross-section. The fact that both types of blue are applied on the same preparation is very important, as well as the fact that no folding marks or tack holes are visible between the two parts. This means that first, the canvas was stretched on a strainer, as it was common in the 17th century, and sized with two ground layers. Then, the first composition, smaller, was painted. And what is really interesting is that this composition matches perfectly the one of the Prado. Then someone extended the edges of the composition while the painting was still stretched on the strainer. Otherwise we would have folding marks between the two compositions. Now there we can see that 3 edges were extended, but as I said before, the left edge has been cut. It is thus very likely that this part of the composition was also enlarged. The remaining question is, when and where was the painting enlarged? Is it in the artist's studio or in situ where the painting was exhibited? And who did it? On the right image, you can see a detail of the sense of sight painted by Jan Bruegel and Rubens, where paintings are still on their strainer, which seems to indicate that they were still stretched this way outside the studio. It is therefore very possible that the composition was later enlarged. Wherever the addition was made, I like the idea that this could be a workshop practice for official portrait, where a standard composition was enlarged according to the destination of the painting. Supporting this hypothesis, it is interesting to notice that we do have example of a more or less close-up view around the figure in other paintings from Rubens' workshop, such as these 2 portraits of Anne of Austria again. Thus, the technical study does not only help with the dating of the painting, but brings also to light new reflection materials for the study of Rubens' workshop practice. Let's speak now about the conservation treatment. Structurally, there were no major problems. The adhesion between the original canvas, the lining canvas, and the strip lining was good. The support was well attached to the stretcher, but there were deformations at the 4 edges. These deformations were coming from the bad condition of the stretcher that did not allow a homogeneous tension of the canvas. Although quite old, this stretcher cannot be the original one, as expandable stretchers appeared only in the mid-18th century. However, we decided to keep it because it has become part of the material history of the painting, and because it is covered with labels and inscriptions, which are important witnesses of the sale and travel history of the painting. For example, Professor Chrościcki has identified the inscription X17 as an indication of the sale of the painting at Sotheby's in 1992 in the lot number 17. We kept the stretcher then, but we cleaned it carefully, added some keys, and reinforced the joints between the members of the stretcher. So here is a photograph of the painting before and after treatment. That is the back of the painting. And as you can see, it's not making a huge difference, but it was enough to improve the tension a lot. So some less is more. Regarding the paint layer, the first step was consolidation to prevent paint losses using sturgeon glue and a thermostat-regulated heating spatula. Then we could carry on the treatment with the varnish removal. A very discolored varnish obscures a sense of depth, light, and space in the painting. Tests were carried out to determine the best mix of solvent that allowed for thinning the varnish without adverse effect on the paint layer. These solubility tests revealed an unusual reaction of the varnish resin to solvents. Instead of dissolving, the varnish peeled off, which usually indicate that it is made of a synthetic resin. Ruizdek from the laboratory analyzed the varnish, and it turned out to be an alkyd resin that is usually used as a coating for boats. The use of this type of varnish is, of course, not recommended for conservation, as it yellows over time and will become impossible to safely remove from the surface of the paint layer. It was therefore very important to remove the varnish as soon as possible. Removing the varnish was quite a laborious work, but it was worth it, as you can see on this image, where the difference in color between the cleaned area on the left and the area covered with varnish on the right is gigantic. The cleaning restored the brightness of the colors and the depth of the composition, but brought to light a lot of abraded areas due to a previous harsh cleaning. The paint layer had indeed been stripped during the previous cleaning with a very aggressive substance, which also dripped on the surface, causing abrasion and loss of paint. This was not visible before treatment because of the thick and discolored varnish and the large areas of overpaint. Therefore, after filling the few paint losses with an easily removable material made of chalk and rabbit skin glue, and applying a first layer of varnish, in-painting was carried out very gradually to ensure against over-retouching and to respect the original painting technique. The in-painting was divided in two phases. First, a base color was applied to reduce the impact of the losses on the overall appearance of the painting and to facilitate future in-painting. The first stage was carried out with pigment mixed in Paraloid B72, the Kremer's retouching palette, which was made for another project at the Kikirpa actually, which is a stable and easable reversible retouching medium. This retouching material was also chosen so that a varnish could be applied over it with a brush. Since the black dress of Anne of Austria takes up a large part of the composition and is very damaged, it was indeed essential to be able to gradually saturate the colors. After applying a thin layer of varnish, the retouching was refined and completed with gambling conservation colors, so aldehyde resin dissolved in methoxypropanol. Two areas were particularly challenging for the in-painting. First, the black dress, because the paint layer was, as I said, very abraded. The many tiny paint losses had to be carefully in-painted to restore the form and sense of volume. The in-painting was carried out very gradually to ensure against over-retouching and to respect the original painting technique. Second, the extended border were difficult to integrate with the main body of the composition. The cleaning removes the most unsightly overpainting, but it also reveals the chromatic difference between the central part and the extension, especially in the curtain, as you can see on the upper image before retouching. We could have decided to hide this extension, but we did not adapt the size of the painting to the initial composition for several reasons. First, the original canvas has never been stretched on a smaller support, despite the fact that the first composition was smaller. As I told you before, there are no folding marks and no tack holes between the two parts of the composition. Second, the change in format is a valuable part of the material history of the painting, perhaps even done in the artist studio. Finally, if the format were reduced, the painting would no longer fit into its current frame, which had just been restored by Jean-Albert Glatini and Anne-Sophie Agustiniak. Therefore, to visually minimize the difference between the original composition and the extended borders, we retained some of the overpaint during cleaning and integrated within painting the added elements without rendering the transition completely invisible. This important and interesting change in the format of the composition is therefore still visible, but we think not disturbing. But of course, it's subjective. And I let you judge. Here is the final result. On the left, this is a painting before treatment, and on the right, it's a painting after treatment. To conclude, the conservation treatment of the portrait of Anne of Austria at the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage provided the opportunity for an in-depth study of its materials, condition, style, and attribution. Technical examination and scientific analysis of the painting have provided essential information on its material layer structure and creative process. The materials used are compatible with the dating of the painting to the 17th century. The study also reveals the previous unknown close material link between the portrait of Anne of Austria in the private collection and the version in the Prado. The discovery of modification during painting in the position of the hands and the earrings, and the early change in the format of the work suggests that the painting in the private collection was originally painted as a replica of the Prado version or an unknown other similar version. Indeed, the painting's original appearance and size were almost identical to those of the Prado painting. The conservation treatment has stabilized the condition of the painting and greatly improved the appreciation of its aesthetic qualities and fine brushwork, while at the same time preserving the traces of its unusual material history. The removal of the varnish not only restores the brilliance of the colors, but also prevented irreversible damage to the painting, since alkyd resins become insoluble with age. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. This was indeed a very captivating presentation. I must admit that, well, I'm always impressed when it comes to this conservation process, especially cleaning. It's so striking when you can see a painting before the treatment and after that. So it's really like a great job. And so thank you very much again. And now we'll be listening to Ms. Barbara Oppenkamp, who is with us. Welcome. Welcome to our conference. And now we're hearing about the architectural settings. I can't wait. Stay with us, please.
Well, good morning. And thank you for this invitation. Good morning to, I hope you can hear me clearly. Good morning to Warsaw in these difficult times, I would like to say. Well, I would like to start my presentation with the most official. Can you see my presentation? With the most official portrait of the French Queen as the consort of King Louis XIII, The two portraits were probably created in 1622 when Peter Paul Rubens directed the decoration of the Palais de Luxembourg in Paris with a series of paintings glorifying the life of the Queen Mother Maria de Medici. They were part of the collection of Leopold Wilhelm of Austria in his Brussels palace before it came into the possession of Frederick II of Prussia and was sold by the Hohenzollern family in 1933. The 21-year-old king stands before a gray architecture against a blue sky with gray clouds and a shaft of rain at the right. Francis Humer thought that this may refer to this recent open revolt against the Queen Mother and to the fact that in 1622 the hostilities were over and a period of reconciliation existed. The curtain above him is a warm, nearly salmon red with grey old fringe. The table covering on which his mailed hand rests, the same slightly deeper warm red. He wears black and gold armor, over which is fastened an ermine-lined mantle of deep to middle blue, with a pattern of lightly traced gold fleur-de-lis. The scallops beneath the breastplates and the band at the waist are rose-colored. His sash is blue. The ruff, the ermine, and the plums of his helmet are a soft, cool, silvery blue-white. The king has chestnut brown hair of short-clipped waves parted in the center with a small lock to one side, a love lock falling to the other side. The face is idealized. The eyes look out directly. He has a slight moustache and no beard. This portrait was conceived as a matching portrait for the Anne of Austria, which was probably begun by Purbus and possibly completed by Rubens. But the Louis XIII, like its counterpart, is also closely allied with the Purbus type must be recognized, although Rubens freely reworked the composition and its details to conform with his ideas of the state portrait so that it is more freely conceived than that of Anne of Austria. This is the portrait of Anne of Austria, which places the queen against a neutral dark gray background. But I'm not sure if there's some, I haven't seen this painting myself, but there is some indistinctive kind of ornament in the background. She wears a small French crown over softly waved hair. Her coloring is very pale with pink flesh tones and blue shadows. The eyes are cool gray blue. Her dress, except for the gray-white color with the white décolleté, cuffs and center panel, is of a bright cold blue with a slight green or turquoise in it. The gold fleur-de-lis are heavily outlined and the ermine is painted with heavy opaque strokes. There's no subtlety in the painting of the pearls. The face and hands are fuller, more three-dimensional, and the costume are painted with greater care. In contrast to the figure of the king, that of the queen projects on the surface of the painting, as Humer noticed. Also, the harsher blue of her dress differs from the mottled blue of his mantle. Ludwig Burckhardt thought that only the head and perhaps the hands were by Rubens. He also pointed out that the portrait as a whole is strongly dependent on types of Franz Purbus the Younger, who painted a full-length portrait of Anne of Austria at the French court in 1616, which you see on the left. Burckhardt suggested that Purbus, who died in February 1622, had just time to begin the painting and that it was finished by Rubens, who tried to imitate the style of his predecessor, especially in the face. This would explain the great difference in the handling of the face between this painting of 1622 and the contemporary Anne of Austria in the Prado, which is with its far more dynamic style. Immediately then, the question arises regarding the pendant of Louis XIII as to whether it reflects a composition by Purbus. Certainly, the figure by a table in armor with a mail glove with an ermine cape is a type Rubens used frequently in portraits of Henry IV, and it may be that it reflects a composition of purpose which Rubens really transformed in the process. The Prado portrait. The painting was probably made by Rubens during his stay at the French court while he was working for Maria de' Medici on the Medici Circle in January or February 1622. And it is hard if you compare the two portraits to imagine that they had the same date of early in 1622, but obviously this is the case. The Queen here is wearing a black dress because in March 1621, her father Philip II of Spain had died and the year of mourning was not yet over. A counterpart to this portrait, which is also in the Prado, shows the Queen Mother Maria de' Medici. The portrait of Maria de' Medici is not fully completed, especially not with regard to the background architecture. Both paintings remained in the house and workshop of Peter Paul Rubens and were bought by King Philip IV after the painter's death in 1640. If we compare the two paintings, it is a tentative idea that perhaps the backgrounds were planned to represent matching architectural elements to suggest that the sitters are together in the same room. Anne of Austria is placed in a room that Francis Humer tentatively described as she is before a black and blue-green curtain with gold fleur-de-lis and against a warm tan architecture, probably showing the hall of the caryatides in the Louvre Palace. She holds a brown fur muff in her hand. Her hair is pale gold and she has a pale complexion with pink cheeks and lips. Her eyes are hazel. Her expression is somewhat guarded. An excellent workshop copy of this painting is now on show at the Warsaw Castle. This painting allows a bit more space for the background architecture, supposed to be the hall of the caryatides. I shall come back to this question later. It is interesting to note that there is also a workshop copy of the portrait of Maria de' Medici in existence, of which I have no picture. The Amsterdam portrait that we already saw, the Amsterdam portrait of Anne of Austria shows her to be a little bit older than the Prado type. She is seated facing left in a deep red chair before a red curtain. To the left, a portico of the Corinthian order and an apse are visible. The architecture is gray, but the capitals of the ornaments of the frieze and the apse are gilded. The Queen wears a tiara, necklace, brooch, and belt, all ornamented with large round pearls and pearl earrings. Her elaborate dress is black embroidered with gold with slashed sleeves. The white collar and the cuffs are have pointed petals like a flower. In her lap, she holds a small bouquet of flowers. The dress is characteristic of French fashion in 1625, the period of the Buckingham visit and the proxy wedding of Henrietta Maria of France, the youngest sister of Louis XIII, to King Charles I of England in May 1625, where the actual wedding took place in Canterbury on 13 June 1625. And as we already heard in the contribution of Professor Chrościcki, it was the Duke of Buckingham who acted as an inmate for the English king at this wedding procedure. Well, the Louvre portrait is a workshop copy after the Amsterdam portrait. The painting in the Louvre shows considerable variation. Here, the Queen wears a blue gown with a white-gray blouse and white-gray split sleeves with gold ornament. The bodice is turquoise with gold. She holds pink roses, which match the pale pink-white complexion of her face. Here, the architecture is gray with 3 Corinthian columns with gold capitals, a niche with a door, and above a shell with a bust. Moses thought that the face was retouched by Rubens. The hair is a cool gray. It is an excellent atelier piece and may have had a counterpart in a portrait of Louis XIII, as Ludwig Burckhardt suggested. The Louvre portrait gives more room to the background architecture, and the perspective is different as in the Amsterdam portrait. While in the Amsterdam portrait, the colonnade of Corinthian columns lead from the left to the right-hand side, the Louvre portrait shows the opposite direction. In both portraits, the background is dominated by a room with an apse and a calotte with a gilded diamond pattern. Above the calotte, an elegantly framed window is situated where the blue sky shines through. The Louvre portrait also suggests a sequence of rooms. An open doorway with a broken pediment on which 2 figures rest seems to lead into another room. The pediment is also crowned by a shell motif that serves as a frame for the bust of a person. What do we make of this? First of all, the direction of the columns stress the hypothesis that this portrait was meant to match another portrait, and it is anyone's guess who this person might be. I suppose it was a king, as in the Pasadena portrait. If you look at the room with the calotte, there is no matching room within the Louvre Palace as far as I could research it. But there is a match with an architectural project where Rubens was engaged as a designer of ornaments, the Jesuit church in Antwerp. Several side chapels display this kind of calotte with a gilded diamond pattern. I do not suggest that these chapels were the direct model for the architecture in the painting. However, what I would like to suggest is that in the early 1620s, the Rubens workshop was occupied with the invention and application of architectural ornament, and that these ornaments could fluently be applied to fantasy architecture in painting in order to create magnificent surroundings for princely persons. It is possible that the more opulent architecture of the workshop copy was a result of the special wishes of the persons who ordered this copy. The broken pediment can be found, for instance, in Rubens's oil sketch for an altar for the same church, and the soft shell motif can be found in Rubens's sketches for the decoration of the facade of the church. What I intend to say is that Peter Paul Rubens and his workshop were immensely occupied with architecture and architectural decoration at especially the time when the portraits of Anne of Austria were executed. And not only with the Jesuit church, but also with the redesign of Rubens's own house in Antwerp, where we can find such features too. And with regard to the painted colonnades, Rubens had a model ready at hand with his large representation of the miracles of St. Ignatius for the same church. There were only small amendments to be made to correct the capitals of the columns to a proper Corinthian style. The construction of the room in the background is also suggestive of a similar construction. Corinthian columns were, however, a feature of the Hall of the Caryatides in the Louvre, and this brings us back to the portrait of Anne of Austria. A view of the Hall of the Caryatides, as it is today, still gives an impression of the large room of circa 60 square meters with its fabulous Corinthian columns and pillars. The room is situated in the part of the Louvre that is now called the Sully Wing. It was once the great banqueting hall in the so-called New Louvre, the part of the palace that was built from 1547 onwards under Henri II as an extension to the Renaissance palace after the demolition of the west wing of the old palace. The architect of the new Louvre was Pierre Lescaut, who, together with the sculptor Jean Goujon, created an extraordinary and richly decorated building. Lescaut and Goujon fulfilled all the requirements that Vitruvius placed on the educated architect and artist, and it is good to know that Jean Goujon had written an accompanying text and created the illustrations for the French Vitruvius edition by Jean Martin in 1547, a book that Rubens probably owned. The interior design of the banqueting hall set new standards for palace building in Northern Europe. Without knowledge of antiquity, the caryatides of the musicians' gallery, commissioned on 5 September 1550, are inconceivable. Their closest relatives are the caryatides of the Erechtheion in Athens. There too, 4 female figures stand side by side. As in the case of Goujon, the 2 on the right have their right leg in front, and the 2 on the left have their left leg in front. As with the caryatides of the Erechtheion, Goujon's caryatides are fragmented, which is unusual for Renaissance caryatides. We know that Primaticcio had bought plaster casts of antiquities from Rome for Francis I in 1540. Jean Goujon had such a plaster cast as a model, as we know from the contract, which could have reached the court of Francis I through the diplomatic missions to Constantinople, which are attested in several sources. In any case, Jean Goujon was commissioned to make the caryatides according to a plaster cast model that Sir de Plany had sent to him. So we know exactly the process of this contract. Jean Goujon must have known many sculptures of classical antiquity, since even in his early works, he could only have created the form of the finely pleated garments by studying the best monuments of antiquity. The Louvre caryatides are the first freestanding sculptures in the interior of the castle, comparable only to the copies of antiquities set up by Francis I in Fontainebleau. The balustrade of the gallery was altered during the Napoleonic times, but Dussauceau gives us an impression of its original appearance. The caryatides were restored in the 18th century. The place of the musicians' gallery was and is at the north end of the hall of the caryatides. So that is not the place where this musicians' gallery is. And here you have a view of the hall to the north with the musicians' gallery in the background. Opposite the musicians' gallery was a so-called tribuna, a portico that was reached by several steps and where the king was enthroned to attend the festivities. This is the situation in the ground plan. So the tribuna is marked here, number 3. The tribuna has been completely changed during the Napoleonic rebuilding of the Louvre. This is how it looks today. But what is still original is the large chimney piece, which was an important feature of the banqueting hall. Again, Jacques-André Dussauceau gives us an impression of the original building. This interior design takes a triumphal motive of power and transposes it into the interior. Just like the caryatides, the tribuna follows an ancient model. The tribuna of the Roman Basilica, probably the Forum of Augustus in the Louvre, was the model for the tribuna in the Louvre. And in the Louvre, the tribuna faces the gallery supported by caryatides and was reserved for the king. Interestingly, so these are the opposite directions. Interestingly, the festival hall was the room where the funeral ceremonies for Henri IV took place in 1610. The vaulted ceiling of the banqueting hall is the result of a rebuilding in 1630 by the architect Le Mercier. The original ceiling was a wooden coffered ceiling by Jean Goujon. From 1692 on, Louis XIV displayed his collection of antiquities here, so it is not did no longer function as a festival hall, but became a gallery of antiquities in 1692. In 1806, Napoleon had it connected to the apartments of Anne of Austria, the former apartments of the Queen Mother, in order to create the Galerie des Antiques. So here you see the situation, and the rooms marked with 7 are the former apartments of the Queen Mother and also the apartments of Anne of Austria. And there is a vicinity of these rooms to the hall of the caryatides, but it is not the same room. Looking back at the architecture and the building history of the Hall of the Caryatides in the Louvre, we can conclude that there are some elements of this room that Rubens wanted to represent in his portrait of Anne of Austria. To name the caryatides in the instance, for instance, and the Corinthian fluted columns and pillars are another feature. If we look at the copy of this painting that is displayed here in Warsaw, it may also be a high window through which the sky can be seen and which is represented on the Amsterdam portrait too. However, such windows were never part of the architecture of the Hall of the Caryatides in the Louvre. The copy also shows more of the caryatides who are recognizable as a female and a male figure, which is in contrast to the caryatides by Jean Goujon in the Louvre. Furthermore, they are more architectural than human because their shafts are designed as conic pillars. And we have just learned that part of this architecture is due to an enlargement of the painting, a later addition. A comparison of the caryatides makes the difference to the Louvre caryatides very obvious. We should then ask the question, how did Rubens come to design a room with caryatides like this? I think the answer is quite obvious. Rubens did not paint the portrait on site in the Louvre, but he had some knowledge of the architecture of the Louvre and its rooms. He probably made sketches of the faces of the persons, it is Maria de' Medici and Anne of Austria, but the portraits were finished, or in the case of Maria de' Medici, not completely finished, in his studio in Antwerp, where they remained until his death. Rather shortly before Rubens set off to Paris, he had completed the building of the studio with caryatides on the facade. These caryatides have the more architectural form that the caryatides in the portraits also have. Here you may see them more clearly. Furthermore, Rubens did not hesitate to use the fabulous garden screen of his own house to create a stately backdrop for one of the paintings of the Medici cycle. So he transferred his own house into the Medici portraits. Peter Paul Rubens was immensely creative with regard to architecture and architectural ornament, which also becomes clear from his designs for the triumphal entry of Archduke Ferdinand, the Pompa Introitus. Here we find several elements that he also liked to employ in his portraits of Anne of Austria. The broken pediment with a shell motif and figures resting on a gable, as in the Amsterdam Louvre portrait, and the caryatides as in the Prado portrait. The caryatides here represent the Roman gods Mars and Mercury, paired with female caryatides at their sides. The Pompa Introitus appeared as a book in 1641 and had some influence on further development of architectural ornamentation, at least in Flanders. The triumphal arch for Ferdinand also displays caryatides of the more architectural type with a conic shaft in the middle section. you can see them more clearly here. Female caryatides with architectural conic shafts, and behind the male caryatides with beards who function as chandeliers. So we also have here the pairing of male and female caryatides. If we compare these caryatides with the caryatides from the Pardo portrait, it becomes perfectly clear that they are an invention of Rubens and do not represent the real situation in the Louvre Hall of Caryatides. To sum up, the Pardo portrait of Anne of Austria shows the sitter in an architectural surrounding that is suggestive of the Hall of Caryatides in the Louvre Palace by the representation of classical fluted pillars and caryatides. But it is by no means a truthful depiction of this room, nor any other room inside the Louvre Palace. Rubens arranged the architectural elements in such a way as to convey the royal dignity of the queen, that these architectural elements were completely his own invention. The same is true for the fabulous copy after the Rubens painting. After Rubens's painting, which displays even a bit more architectural surrounding. Whoever may have ordered this copy from Rubens's workshop must have felt that stressing the architectural background of the sitter would lend her even more splendor. We can observe the same mechanism in the Amsterdam and Louvre portraits. While in the Amsterdam portrait, the focus is more on the sitter, it is in the Louvre portrait, the copy, that the architectural background gains more attention. And I fully agree with the contribution of Mr. Saint with regard to this question of enlargement of paintings, and I fully agree with her thesis that the architecture is more in the foreground in the copies. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. A truly illuminating speech. Now we are going to have a break till the noon, till 12. And later we will have a very important presentation by Ms. Krzyża Górska-Pisarek, who will tell us in details about portraits provenance and about its attribution, the authorship. So please stay with us. Now we need some time for a reflection, for refreshing ourselves, but we'll be back for the second part of the conference. Thank you.
Ja tutaj nie mam. Jak się pokaże?
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rare Castle in Warsaw, Poland again. I remind you that we are having a conference today devoted to the portrait of Anne of Austria by Peter Paul Rubens and his workshop. And this is the second part of the conference. We are happy to have with us Ms. Krzyża Górska-Pisarek, who will tell us some very interesting and important things about the portrait, about its provenance and the attribution. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Właściwie dzień dobry po polsku, a good afternoon in English. I would like to introduce this famous portrait that was once in the Duke of Marlborough collection in England. So the first part of this presentation, I'll talk about the provenance and the literature. So what was written on it in the past. Let's just sum up the most important things. So this is an impressive, as you can see, high quality and life-size portrait of Anne of Austria, attributed to Peter Paul Rubens and workshop from the celebrated Duke of Marlborough collection at Blenheim Palace in England, now in a private collection in Europe. So just a few words about Anne of Austria. She was a Spanish infanta, Queen of France and regent after the death of her husband, Louis XIII, and during the minority of her son, Louis XIV, the most famous king, French king. She was the daughter of Philip III, King of Spain, and a historical figure, famous in the 17th century, as well as during later periods. Now, as noted by many art historians in the past, this both charming and majestic royal portrait corresponds perfectly to the description of the Queen by her lady-in-waiting, Madame de Motteville, in her memoir of Anne of Austria and her court, published in 1723. So let's hear the description to see if that corresponds to the portrait we have here. Her features were not delicate, having even the defect of a too thick a nose, and she wore, in Spanish fashion, too much rouge on her cheeks. But she was fair, and never was there a finer skin than hers. Her eyes were perfectly beautiful, gentleness and majesty united in them. Her mouth was small and rosy. Her hands and arms were of surpassing beauty, and all Europe has heard their praises. Their whiteness, without exaggeration, equaled that of snow. She had great, let's come back to the face again, just to hear the description. She had great charms in the expression of her face, and her beauty imprinted in the hearts of those who saw her a tenderness which did not lack the accompaniment of veneration and respect. I think that corresponds perfectly to what we see here. Let's now talk about another portrait, the other version, the earlier version by Rubens. So there is yet another similar, smaller portrait of Anne of Austria by Peter Paul Rubens, dated in circa 1622 in the Prado Museum in Madrid, where it is paired with another portrait, with an unfinished portrait, which is interesting, of Marie de Medici, also by Rubens, of similar dimensions, and both women are dressed in black. Now, the Prado portrait is currently considered as the first version and the model for the Mobro version. Here we have the comparison of the two portraits together. The figure of the queen in the Prado portrait, which is on the right, is of the same scale as in the Mobro portrait, so head on the same scale, for example, but the curtain is less grand. You can see the curtain is much smaller in the Prado, and the entire setting less spacious. As we know, the Mobro portrait was extended on all sides, as we discovered, well, not I didn't discover it, it was the Kik-Irpa Institute discovered it, that it was extended on all sides by an addition of additional canvas. So this more spacious background, in our opinion, with all these additional elements not seen in the Prado, which we'll discuss later, which are, for example, a male figure in the background on the extreme left, make an even better surrounding for her famous fair complexion. The color, the beautiful semi-transparent color, and her beautiful hands with long fingers, very elegant, which are perfectly exposed on the black dress, on the plain black dress for the best effect. But when we compare the hands, we look at the hands, we can see that in the Prado portrait, the sitter's left hand, so at our right, is less gracefully displayed and has an awkwardly bent wrist, which was first noted by Harry Ville, who was former curator of the Metropolitan Museum in New York. Anyway, we will compare the two portraits later on in many details in the second part of the exposé. Let's talk about the provenance, because it's a very important part of this portrait. So this historic portrait of Anne of Austria, traditionally ascribed to Rubens, to Peter Paul Rubens, has an excellent provenance. So it was considered as a masterpiece, let's just see, as a masterpiece by Peter Paul Rubens for 200 years, when in the Duke of Marlborough collection at the monumental Blenheim Palace in England. From as early as circa 1700 until 1901, when it was sold. So it's a magnificent seat of the Dukes of Marlborough, which housed an enormous collection of paintings. Let's just look at the Duke of Marlborough first. So John Churchill, because Blenheim Palace is the birthplace of Winston Churchill, so it's quite famous. Anyway, John Churchill, first Duke of Marlborough, was a well-known English soldier and statesman who acquired many pictures for his very large collection very early on, so around 1700. Among them, many by Rubens, during his campaign in the Netherlands at the time of the War of the Spanish Succession. Now, a German art historian, well-known, Gustav Friedrich Wagen, wrote about the Marlborough collection in his famous book, Treasures of Art in Great Britain in 1854. Let's listen what he said about the Duke of Marlborough and his collection. The great Duke of Marlborough was a great admirer of Rubens, the emperor, and the great cities of the Netherlands, Brussels, Antwerp, Ghent, presented him with the finest works of the master. He purchased others himself and thus formed the most considerable collection of pictures by Rubens in the possession of any private person, obviously at that time, and with which no royal gallery even can be compared, except those of Munich, Vienna, and Paris. Now, further on, he says, it is the more important because the pictures, and this is important, are almost throughout by the hand of Rubens alone and are chiefly of his earlier middle periods, which this painting is as well. It's from a sort of earlier middle period, let's say. Wagen called the present portrait, then identified as showing Catherine de Medicis, not Anne of Austria. It was catalogued as Catherine de Medicis, as Rubens, of the painter's earlier period of refined truths of nature, decided forms, and delicate tone. So he was very pleased with it. So Anne of Austria by Rubens was displayed in the imposing dining room at Blenheim Palace, and it was hanging next to magnificent works by Rubens, such as right next to it, a full-length portrait of Helena Fourmont, now in the Louvre. So it was hanging right next to it. They would have noticed if it was just a workshop replica. Its entry in the Catalogue Raisonné, or a list of the pictures in Blenheim Palace in 1861, which was done by George Scharf, no other than director of the National Gallery, London, and a great expert on portraits. So this entry in the catalogue was the longest for any Rubens in the collection, which shows that Scharf valued it very highly. In fact, we have to say that most of the then 25 large-sized masterpieces by Rubens from the Marlborough collection are now in major art galleries in museums around the world, such as the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Louvre, the Berlin Gemälde Galerie, the Wadsworth Atheneum Hartford, the John and Mabel Ringling Museum of Art Sarasota, and the Royal Museum of Fine Arts in Brussels. So the present portrait was also considered as an authentic work by Rubens when in the collection, when it was sold, and it was in the collection of another famous collector, the American financier and billionaire J. Pierpont Morgan in 1901-1935 in London. Morgan purchased it in 1901 from the Duchess of Marlborough, who was called Lily Spencer Churchill. Let's just show his house and him. This is John Pierpont Morgan and his house in London. He lived in London. And then next to it, we see the Metropolitan Museum, because he was also president of the Metropolitan Museum. So he was a very important collector and made a big bequest to the Metropolitan Museum. So he purchased it in 1901 for the very large sum of 20,000 British pounds in 1901. The portrait was then acquired from him by the Metropolitan Museum in New York in 1935 as an original work by Peter Paul Rubens. It was an even larger sum of 51,500 British pounds through Pierpont Morgan agents, Knoedler Galleries in New York. Here we see the Metropolitan Museum on the right, where it was displayed for over 40 years as a Rubens masterpiece. However, what's happened that 44 years ago, the Metropolitan Museum sold the portrait at Christie's, New York, that was in 1979, as only School of Sir Peter Paul Rubens. We think that probably because this portrait was listed in 1977 by the volume of Corpus Rubenianum on portraits, which came out in 1977, among copies of the Prado portrait. So there's always, in the Corpus Rubenianum volumes catalog, we have one original and all the other paintings are listed as copies. So it was listed as a copy, but presumably a workshop copy. We'll come back to that. This portrait, Anne of Austria, was sold again at Sotheby's, New York in 1992, were acquired by the present owner. Now let's look at the opinions, scholarly opinions in the past. It is important to stress that the Marlborough portrait was always accepted as an authentic portrait by Peter Paul Rubens in all the relevant literature and catalogue raisonné by John Smith, Max Ruse, these are most important names, Gustav Wagen, George Scharf, and Carl Justi up until 1921. This is when it was demoted. That means de-attributed. We'll come back to that. Its high quality was also much admired and praised by various scholars, important scholars. So let's see what John Smith wrote in his catalogue raisonné of the works of Dutch, Flemish, and French painters. This is very important catalogue in 1830. So he wrote Rubens' Portrait of Catherine de Medicis. This is a picture of great beauty and merit and beauty, remarkable for the delicacy and sweetness of its color and the graceful dignity of its character. And I think it's a very good description, short, but very to the point. Max Ruzes included both portraits of Anne of Austria, so the version from the Prado and this version, in his catalogue Raisonné, l'œuvre de Peter Paul Rubens, in 1886, and wrote, "The effigy of the Queen is absolutely identical to the one we described in the previous entry," and the previous entry was the Prado entry. "The painting is beautiful without having much relief, so it's thinly painted. In fact, the model lacked it too." I mean, this is a translation from French, but that's what it means. So it's both portraits are beautifully, very finely painted, but thinly painted. Another German art scholar, Karl Justi, professor of art history at the University of Bonn, described the Modro portrait in 1888 in the following terms. He, I mean Rubens, must have painted this portrait in one of his most fortunate moments, with the rare absence of his usual manner in the painting of female portraits, and in contrast to the general custom with high-ranking figures, in the presence of the original, so in the presence of the model, of the Queen. The dark dress with the simple bow, the pearl choker, proves that simplicity was already considered the best adornment of beauty, even in the case of the crown. At last, Rubens was allowed to formally exhibit the Queen's beautiful hands without any ring or bracelet. Then he adds, the portrait of Queen Anne was one of the most distinguished adornments of the Blenheim Gallery. And yet it is so little known that the good repetition in the Prado is still called Portrait of a Princess of the Royal House of France. So it wasn't identified as Anne of Austria. Probably because it was so simple, I mean this one, pure and beautiful, it was less noticed that many, which by their mannerisms are more agreeable to the ordinary taste. So a very praiseful, full of praises. Let's now quote another expert, Harry Well, the curator of European paintings at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, which described this portrait at length in 1935, but I'm just going to quote just a few things which are quite striking and quite to the point. Though the Queen is still a very young woman, she has already a dignity verging on majesty. The loveliness of her hands is not exaggerated in the description. He means the description by Madame de Motteville, and her snowy skin is indeed extraordinary. The quality of her flesh might better be compared to pearls than to snow, and the pearliness is marvelously played by the black silk dress. Behind her, in gorgeous billowing folds, vital like a core of a cyclone, quite an amazing description, is a blue silk curtain brocaded with golden fleur-de-lis. And now something important. Yet, with all its sumptuousness, the portrait is characterized by restraint, refinement, freedom from any suspicion of bombast. Its reticence is one of its greatest charms. Now, then he's saying, in the case of Anne of Austria, as in the case of some other of his royal sitters, Rubens painted more than one portrait. The Prado's Anne of Austria is like the museum in almost every particular. Which is the version painted from life? We do not know for certain. And he ends like this. It is the museum's first great portrait by Rubens. It illustrates to perfection the point of view of the great diplomat, courtier, and man of the world, expressed through his own medium, namely through the most brilliant painting of the period. And then they sold it. Well, that was the opinion in 1935. So what's happened? Let's examine the attribution. of this portrait, which is very interesting. So it happened twice in a way. The first, so despite such high praises by most scholars in the past, this famous and historical portrait was attributed first in 1921 by Rudolf Oldenburg in his Catalogue raisonné, P.P. Rubens des Meistersgemälde, Klassiker der Kunst. The young German art historian, and he was only 34 at that time, was curator of the Kaiser Friedrich Museum in Berlin and incidentally died the same year. His laconic one-line attribution was most likely based on a photograph, I think, as he wrote that. What did he write? A good workshop replica of Anne of Austria was in the Pierpont Morgan collection in London, as if it was no longer there in 1921, which was not the case, because it stayed there until 1935. So despite his attribution in a classical book, Catalogue raisonné, the painting was still purchased in 1935 as a masterpiece by Rubens, by the Metropolitan Museum. In a way, this opinion did not have enough weight in 1925. However, his Oldenburg negative view on the attribution was later upheld, again without any study or justification by important scholars such as Julius Held and Goris in the 1947 volume on Rubens in America, which incidentally did not even mention the Marlborough provenance, the Duke of Marlborough provenance, which is a great argument for its authenticity. Held and Goris called the portrait, again in a one-line, well, 2 sentences, a good studio replica of the portrait of Anne of Austria in the Prado in Madrid. The face, which appears superior to the rest of the picture, may have been retouched by Rubens himself. So he noticed the difference between the way the face is painted and the rest of the portrait, which it is the case that the face is better quality, the highest quality, and the rest of the portrait is less, let's say it's slightly inferior, so might have been executed by the workshop. Anyway, what happens then in 1977, Frances Humer, I think, from the Corpus Rubenianum, simply again listed this portrait under copies of the Prado portrait, without any commentary, incidentally with incorrect dimension, of course, only by a few centimeters here and there. Incomplete literature and other errors concerning exhibitions, and I will come back to that because this is very important. So it was just a short listing in the catalogue. In 1989, we've got another catalogue by Michael Jaffe, another Rubens expert, who in his catalogue raisonné of Rubens' works in Italian, again laconically described the present portrait, again without the Marlborough provenance, with the wrong dimensions again, stating that a good workshop variant was kept at the Metropolitan of Art in New York. Again, this was most likely written on the basis of a photograph. Why? Because Jaffe was unaware of its exact dimensions and its whereabouts, because the painting was then in a private collection in New York. He, in fact, said was kept, so he wasn't aware where it is and didn't list the provenance. So he probably never saw it. He saw the photo. All the above indicates, in my opinion, in our opinion, that this late attribution, so 1921, 1971, of the famous Marlborough portrait of Anne of Austria by Rubens was not properly researched or scrutinized at that time. It is also important to stress that this historical portrait was later mostly unknown and inaccessible to scholars, Rubens scholars, in the period of 1979 to 1992, so after it was sold in New York. We don't even know where it was, but it was sold to an anonymous private collection, probably in New York. And then was in the current private collection in 1992, 2022. So in total, it kind of disappeared for the past 43 years. When in the present collection, the portrait was, however, examined in person by two well-known Rubens experts, Justus Müller-Hofstetter and Didier Baudard, and they both ascribed it respectively to Peter Paul Rubens for Justus Müller-Hofstetter and Peter Paul Rubens and Workshop for Didier Baudard. Nevertheless, this once famous portrait just became forgotten and was no longer reproduced in any literature, just disappeared. Now, here comes our comprehensive and detailed study with Professor Chrościcki and myself, conducted over many years, and it has more than 300 pages. Then we had the restoration and the technical and art historical report by the well-known Kik-Irpa Institute in Brussels, and the combination of the two has allowed a proper evaluation of the Mowbray portrait and its attribution or the attribution. And the exhibition at the Royal Castle Museum in Warsaw here is also the first time the painting is shown in public since 1910. So this is an incredible chance to see it because it was never shown publicly. Now, the portrait was exhibited before as an original work by Rubens, so well, at the Old Masters exhibition at the Royal Academy in London in 1855 and then in 1903, and at the Fair Women exhibition at Grafton Galleries in London in 1894. It was also exhibited, and that's the most important exhibition, it was exhibited as a Rubens masterpiece. Let's just see. This is, yes, this is when it was exhibited in, we have photographs, how it was exhibited in Brussels. So this exhibition is key because it was exhibited at the Musée Royal des Beaux-Arts de Belgique in Brussels, and the exhibition was called Exposition d'Art Ancien, l'Art belge au XVIIe siècle. And other important Rubens were exhibited there. This was not cited by the entry by the Corpus Rubenianum. They mistakenly described the portrait exhibited in Brussels as the Prado version, but in fact it was our portrait that was in the exhibition. Again, it was again reproduced in a large exhibition review, so as a very important portrait in a magazine, French magazine, Les Arts, and they called it a véritable chef-d'œuvre, a real masterpiece. The critics who saw it at the exhibition. So we have to now sum up. So against this 20th century, very late the attribution, 1921 and 1977, of this famous Mowbray portrait, that was long considered one of Rubens' masterpieces, stand the positive opinion of the majority of scholars in the past. The portrait's long history and the illustrious provenance in the prestigious collection of the Duke of Marlborough. The high quality of execution, particularly in the flesh parts, as we will see later, also contradicts the hypothesis of a workshop copy. In the second part of this paper, I will present many historical and visual arguments in favor of the attribution, well, really reattribution of this important portrait back to Rubens and workshop as a second version, possibly painted by the artist in 1625. So this is the first part. Maybe I'll have a moment.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, so this was the first part, and thank you for this detailed information about the provenance. Indeed, when we do some research, it's worthy checking everything thoroughly and revise the knowledge, because as we heard, it happens that the revision is truly needed and some facts need to be confirmed or to be clarified. And now we'll have the second part. So if you are ready, yes, we are. Please.
So here I come to the second part of my presentation, where I will examine new arguments, new in the sense the new arguments we found with Professor Chrościcki in favor of Rubens' authorship. So we start with the historical part. In terms of how many portraits of Anne of Austria dressed in black were painted by Rubens, there is some historical evidence that there were at least 2 and possibly 3 autograph versions, because some experts say there can only be 1 portrait of Anne of Austria by Rubens dressed in black. But in fact, first of all, we have 2 portraits, but there are historical records that they existed. So let's look at the evidence. We have a letter from the famous French humanist called de Peresque to Rubens, written in April 1622, which indicates that Rubens painted the first portrait of Anne of Austria for his queen, his sovereign, Infanta Isabella of the southern Netherlands. And this happened during the first visit of the painter to the French court in Paris in February 1622. So I quote, but it's a translation into English, "I have learned with great pleasure," that's Peresque to Rubens, "that the Infanta, the queen, was deeply satisfied upon receiving the portraits of the queens, and I rejoice greatly with you." Well, portraits of the queens can be only Queen Anne of Austria and Marie de Medici. In fact, we have an inventory of the pictures in the Coudenberg Palace in Brussels, where she stayed, the Queen Infanta Isabella, later, because it's in 1643, which listed the following portraits: the portraits of the Queen Mother and the Queen of France. So, as you remember, there was the 2 paintings in the Prado. One is the Queen Mother, Marie de Medici, and the other is Queen of France, which is Anne of Austria. So they are paired in the Prado. Oil on canvas, shown at half length, dressed in black. That's important. So this seems to point to the fact that it might have been, this might be the paintings that are now in the Prado, the 2 paintings together. But there were other 2 portraits of the French queen left in Rubens' house in Antwerp after his death, which were listed by Jean Denussé in 1932. Here it is a portrait of the Queen Mother of France, so Anne of Austria, on canvas, and a portrait of the Queen Regent of, Mother of France, that was Marie de Medici, and Queen Regent of France, which is Anne of Austria. Now, which one is which, you know? The unfinished state of the Marie de Medici portrait in the Prado Museum, that is paired now with the portrait of Anne of Austria, they are dressed, they're similar size, dressed in black, suggests that these 2 portraits might have been left in Rubens' studio because it was unfinished and came to Spain from Rubens' estate in 1640. And this is the official version. But the Coudenberg Palace portraits, including Anne of Austria dressed in black, are still unaccounted for. So we have 1 officially in the Prado. This one is another version. So we've got 2. So already there were 2 portraits dressed in black. All the above indicates that there was more than 1 portrait of Anne of Austria dressed in black painted by Rubens. And there are only 2 such portraits in existence, the Prado portrait and the Mobro portrait. In fact, there was a 3rd portrait of the Queen by Rubens, recorded in 1635 in the collection of George Villiers, 1st Duke of Buckingham in London. We have an inventory of his paintings, and it says Rubens, the picture of the French Queen. Another document, when the collection was sold, says the picture of the Queen Regent of France sitting under a canopy. She is sitting under a canopy here. However, we have to say that the dimensions of the portrait were smaller, both than the Prado and the Mobro portrait. Despite this difference, there is some reason to believe that the Mobro portrait could have come from the Duke of Buckingham, as we will see later. Now let's move to 4 historical copies of the Mobro portrait by Rubens. George Schaaf, that I mentioned before, the director of the National Gallery, wrote in his catalogue raisonné that the Mobro portrait corresponds exactly with an engraving that we can see here by Jacob Louis after Rubens' Anne of Austria. Now, this engraving that we see on the screen, dated 1650, has been traditionally associated with the Prado portrait, not the Mobro portrait. But we have to agree with Schaaf that it corresponds to the Mobro portrait, which we confirmed visually by making very detailed comparisons. The Queen, this is a comparison of these 3 portraits, Mobro on the left, engraving, and Prado on the right. The Queen has a more elongated earring, both in the Mobro version and in the engraving, similar locks of hair, nose and nostrils, similar facial expression as the Mobro portrait, but different from the Prado version. Let's now look at the hair. I've worked on the high resolution images, and that's only how we can see exactly the smallest differences or similarities indeed. So here we have a similar locks of hair, shape of earring, rather elongated, mouth and nose in the Mobro portrait and the engraving. I will not show everything, obviously I can't show the Prado as well because no time simply. Here we can compare similar mouth and nose in the Mobro portrait and Louis' engraving. Now, this engraving was based on a drawing by Rubens' pupil and assistant, Peter Klaus Southman, portrait of Anne of Austria, bust length, after Peter Paul Rubens. So he drew it either from a drawing by Rubens or from a portrait by Rubens. The drawing was sold in 2015 at Christie's, Amsterdam, and it comes from the prestigious collection of Professor van Rechteren Altena. According to Christie's catalog, sale catalog, this was a study in reverse for the engraving by Louis that we showed for his book Imperatores Domus Austriacae, published by Peter Southman. Now, this is important. Southman made the drawing after a painting by Peter Paul Rubens, which is now in the Museo del Prado, Madrid. However, we can demonstrate that the drawing by Southman and the engraving by Louis were both based on the Mobro portrait, with detailed visual comparisons. Again, shows obviously because it was the print was based on this drawing. We find the same things, which are similar hair locks, comparable shape of the nose and nostril, the size and number of pearls as well, which in the Mobro portrait we have larger pearls and less pearls, and they're all the same size, while in the Prado portrait the necklace pearls are longer and there are more pearls, and they're getting smaller towards the left. And in fact, when I compared the 2 portraits, the Mobro portrait with the drawing by Southman, we can see the Southman lines in black chalk imitate almost exactly Rubens' brushworks in the Mobro portrait. This is completely unknown so far. Also because this Mobro portrait was not reproduced anywhere, it was just unknown for the past 43 years. So here we look at the hair. We can see that the curls are nearly identical in the Mobro, in our opinion, in the Mobro portrait and the drawing, but different in the Prado. So the drawing was not made after the Prado version. Here is an interesting comparison of the right half of the face in Rubens' portrait from the Marlborough collection and in Southman's drawing. Obviously, in Southman's and Louis' prints, the eyes are much magnified in all his engravings of queens and kings. So we shouldn't really worry too much that the eye is bigger because that was his mannerism. Let's look at the hair again. Just the hair in the Marlborough, in our portrait and in the drawing, it's almost identical, the same, as if Southman followed the brushworks in the portrait, or a drawing after which this portrait was painted, a drawing by Rubens. On the other hand, there are small differences with the Prado portrait. Here we've got the Prado portrait. For example, just to cut it shorter, let's look at the earring. So the earring in the Prado portrait is rounder, much rounder than the one in the drawing. We've made lots of comparisons, and everything points to this, that the Southman drawing was made after this portrait, or a drawing by Rubens, which this portrait was made after. Now let's look at another evidence. This is another interesting painting, currently ascribed to Peter Paul Rubens, but in my opinion, it's more a workshop of Rubens. Portrait of Anne of Austria, Queen of France, dated about that same period, 1622 to 1625, on canvas, about the same size as the Prado version, not too different. It is in the Norton Simon Museum in Pasadena. This is a comparison of the Marlborough with the Pasadena portrait without extension, so I kind of made it to the Prado dimension. We can see that the quality of the portrait is lower, much lower than the Marlborough portrait, why it can be seen in the oversimplified brushwork, the basic coloring. And we can also demonstrate that this portrait was most probably based on the Marlborough face, only face and head, because obviously there's a difference in the costume. Not the Prado portrait, even though it was associated with the Prado portrait as well, for the reason that Marlborough portrait was unknown. So we can see similar blue eyes. First of all, the eyes are blue, and in the Prado version, the eyes are more green-gray, certainly not blue, and our eyes are blue-gray, but rather blue. And this Pasadena workshop copy, in my opinion, or workshop variation, let's say, on this portrait, exaggerated all the blueness, for example. But we can see similar blue eyes and eyebrows, similar facial expression. The pearls are all the same size, like in our portrait. The hair, but all simplified. Let's look at the eyes, which is, we can see now the difference in the eyes. So the eyes in the Prado portrait are on the right, and the eyes of the Marlborough portrait are at the top, and below is the copy. So we can see that was painted most likely after the Marlborough portrait, not the Prado portrait. So all this, in our opinion, further supports the historical importance and the authenticity of the Marlborough portrait as the work by Rubens and workshop that was copied and imitated in period engravings, drawings, and all paintings. Now we have another copy, period copy, of this portrait, where it's a partial copy, only the sort of the bust of the queen is there. Now this copy, I found it was sold in 2016 at Sotheby's, New York, asked by a follower of Sir Peter Paul Rubens. Obviously, this is quite a lot weaker. And the catalog described this copy, the Sotheby's catalog, as related to Rubens' 3/4 length portrait of Queen of Austria in the Prado, Madrid, again. So we've got the same problem, that the Marlborough portrait was unknown and unaccounted for, so could not be compared to it. However, we've made all the comparisons now, and this is just a general comparison. We can show in very detailed images that the New York period copy was made after the Marlborough portrait, not the Prado portrait. It shows a straighter nose and larger nostril, similar almond-shaped blue-gray eyes, almost identical hair curls, and facial expression. Let's just look. This is the hair. So yes, the hair on the right. I've got it differently here. The hair on the right is the Marlborough portrait, which is very similar, but the copy is very similar to it. While the hair in the Prado portrait is much more frizzy and different. To sum up, these 4 historical copies, period copies of the Marlborough portrait, as records of a portrait of Anne of Austria by Rubens, support its historical importance as an authentic work by the artist. They are, incidentally, no known copies of the Prado portrait. Now we're talking so much about Prado portrait, let's examine it in more details. So this is the Prado portrait. Let's look at the provenance. According to the volumes of the Corpus Rubenianum, the Prado portrait was purchased by King Philip IV of Spain from Rubens' estate in 1640. So that sale after Rubens' death that we mentioned, where there were 2 portraits, Marie de' Medici and Anne of Austria. So this is the hypothesis that it was, well, almost certain that it was sold from Rubens' estate. So from Rubens' house. The portrait was first listed in the inventory of Alcázar de Madrid in 1666, together with the portrait of Marie de' Medici, but at that time without the name of Rubens, so without any attribution. However, in 1686, so 20 years later, it was listed as by Rubens' hand. Interestingly, Pedro Barocchi, in the catalogue of the Prado Museum of 1918, considered that only the face and the hands in the Prado portrait, a little bit like in our portrait, were painted by Rubens, and the rest was only retouched by him. Now, this continues in the next catalogue of the Prado Museum in 1919, which interestingly stated that the Prado portrait was first identified as showing Anne of Austria, not a French princess, as they said before, or Catherine de' Medici, as showing Anne of Austria by Carl Justi, that I mentioned before, that was a great admirer of the Marlborough portrait. And in fact, he thought the Prado portrait was a workshop repetition of the Marlborough portrait. And he thought the Marlborough portrait was the true original. However, this was not, presumably was not accepted, because Adolf Rosenberg, in his catalogue Raisonné, considered the Prado portrait as the original and the Marlborough portrait as a replica. The catalogue, that catalogue of Prado in 1918, called the present portrait, which was then in the Pierpont Morgan collection in London, a replica, not a copy, a replica, presumably an autograph replica. Now let's look at some comparisons of the 2 portraits. They are more or less on a scale to 1:1. So the first impression, it's not, because of the black surroundings, we can't see the difference in the height of the portraits. But anyway, the portrait in the Marlborough on the left is larger and therefore more majestic. And it's characterized by a very high quality of execution in the face and hands, as well as overall harmony, subtlety, and dignity in the depiction of the Queen. So the portrait is larger. It has more blue sky in the window. Let's just look at details now. So this is on the left Marlborough, always on the left Marlborough, Prado on the right. So the Marlborough portrait has more blue sky in the window, The arch of the vault is wider. The drapery of the canopy is more extensive, realistic, and three-dimensional, as well as intensely blue. I mean, we can see it wasn't copied from this curtain, which is quite flatly painted in the Prado. Plus, there are more elements than in the Prado version. So how could it be copied from it? The background architecture is also more complete. Not so much complete, but accurate, precisely rendered than in the Prado. So on the left, the Mobro is very sharply painted, I would say by the workshop, but the rendering of the architecture in the Prado is quite awkward and a little bit, well, you could say sketchy, probably also by the workshop. Let's look at another comparison. This photo is not so good, but it does show, this is the lower left part of the both portraits. We can see the fair on the left. And what is interesting that we can see a bigger paneling, and the pink in the paneling, which is very faint in the Prado version, reflects very well in the mouth of the queen. And there's an interesting play from an art, I'm talking about from an artist's point of view, there's an interesting play that the pink is reflected in the mouth of the queen, which does not happen in the Prado so much. And the same happens with the blue eyes, because the eyes are blue, they are reflected in the canopy, which does not happen in the Prado and in the sky, because the eyes are green. But the most important difference is in the background. We have on the left in the Mobro portrait an additional male statue, like a bearded ham. And it will be discussed later on in details, because we have a hypothesis who it is. Let's just look at the face, the execution of the face, because what I want to show is the high quality of this portrait. In our opinion, and I'm also a copyist as well as an art historian, I can see that this portrait was painted from life as far as the face and hands are concerned, particularly the face, which is reflected in the sitter's strikingly lifelike expression and her inner spirit shining through. Her inborn majesty combined with gentleness and charm as described by Madame de Motteville. This is quite striking. Her face is very charming, but at the same very distant and warm at the same time. It's a fine balance. Well beyond, in my opinion, any workshop replica, which in fact it does not reflect, because the face in the Prado is, the expression of the face is quite different. We will see it in a moment. So the queen's face is painted, particularly the face, which is like the most, where I can see the face, we can see the face of Rubens. It exudes warmth as well as a seductive charm, including an elusive twinkle in the eye or a shadow of a smile, which is missing in the Prado version. So how could it have been copied from it? You can see the Prado version. The expression of the face is different, as if the queen were in a kind of different mood, or perhaps a different period of her life. The expression in the Prado, in our opinion, is much more guarded and serious. But the facial features in both portraits are very delicately and subtly and thinly rendered. On a par, they are really quite comparable. Let's look at the close-up of the two faces. You can see the smile it's a very sort of subtle, hidden smile in the Mobro version on the left, and a much more distant and serious face in the Prado. These are the eyes. So let's just come back to that. Sorry. Looking at the execution of the face in details, we can see the very delicate pink lips, the eyes, the large nose, large but rendered beautifully, the sketchy light eyebrows with single hairs are truly masterfully executed in the Mobro version. No pupil in Rubens' environment came close to this. So are the subtle gray-blue eyes, which we will now examine in very fine detail, which now the high-resolution images allow us, which art historians in the past were not able to do it. Now we can look at every millimeter of the painting. So it's very subtle, as you can see. The color of the irises are gray, blue, green. It's got lots of colors in it. The whites are bluish, the dark gray eyelashes at the top, but brown red at the bottom. So there's a difference, which is quite typical, as I noticed, of Rubens' technique. And everything surrounded by pinkish tone of the eyelids, in our opinion, far too refined for a workshop copy. Now let's look at the comparison. What's more, the blue eyes in the Mobro portrait reflect what I said before, the blue of the canopy and the sky, which creates that painterly play. And here the eyes in the Prado are not even blue, but green, and the sky is less visible. So it seems that it's even more sophisticated, the execution in the Mobro portrait from this point of view, as there's this painterly play between the background and the pink rims of the eyes are reflected in the wainscoting, in the boiserie in the bottom, and the pink mouth. Let's look at the earrings, which are quite different. Maybe the photo in the Prado, no, it's okay. The heavy pearl earring is smaller and more elongated than the Prado. It's also more realistic. And in fact, it has some as if defects or something that is obviously copied from reality, which the other earring hasn't got, including the golden clasp, which is also much more detailed. So how could it have been copied from the Prado? Even more interesting, we can see behind the earring, there is a little black tie for the pearls, which is almost not visible in the Prado and is quite bigger in these portraits. So these are details that are not in the Prado. Oh, this appears to contradict the claim that the Mobro portrait would be a workshop replica, as it has more elements than the Prado, as well as different ones. As reported by the Kik Irpa Institute, the X-rays of the Mobro portrait, we'll probably look at this now. Show a change in the pearl earring. I'm talking about, I haven't got the photo, but we'll pass to this. There are also changes in the pearl earring, which was originally larger and rounder and looked like the Prado one, but was modified by the artist during painting. Well, this is not a copy then. This, in our opinion, can be called a pentimento. As we know, pentimenti do not appear in copies, only in original paintings. So the pearls, now we'll come to photo 30. The pearls are also larger and less numerous in the Mobro portrait than in the Prado, and of similar size, as I said before, which are smaller in the Prado version. And a pentimento was also found in the necklace, which was smaller, originally smaller, but was, larger. I mean, the necklace was longer, but was originally similar to the necklace in the Prado, but was modified by the artist. What copyist would have changed that? And why? The same for the earring. And why is the earring so very detailed? However, the most important difference between the two portraits, the most striking difference is the depiction of the queen's left hand. So on the left, we've got the Mobro hand, on the right, the Prado hand. There is also a pentimento, as Claire Toussaint showed. There is a pentimento in the hand. We can show it again. So the hand was similar to the Prado hand to start with. Problem, technical problem. sorry. Back, it's back. Good. Okay, so yeah, that's where I wanted to be, because I wanted to show, well, in our opinion, and I think in anyone's opinion, the hand on the left is much more attractive than the hand on the right, because the hand on the right has a strangely bent wrist. And here on the left, it's a very beautiful hand and very graceful, down to subtle pink accents and dimples. And we know from the accounts of the Queen, Anne of Austria, that her hands and arms were considered, and without exaggeration, as the most beautiful in Europe. Does the hand in the Prado reflect that? We don't think so. The hand in the Marlborough portrait fits much better this description. So again, here there was a pentimento. I mean, there was a change, and I would call it a pentimento. Now let's look at another portrait of Anne of Austria, because what I wanted to know, what her hand really looked like. So I found a portrait of Anne of Austria dated 1659, so she was older, by Charles Beaubrun, a French painter active in Paris at that time. What is interesting that he painted many portraits from live models. So he saw her in real life. Now let's look at the hand. So on the left, we've got the portrait by Beaubrun, in the middle, Marlborough, and on the right, Prado. Well, we can see that the hand in the Marlborough portrait is quite similar to the hand in the Prado. It has these pink knuckles and dimples, and overall the shape of the fingers, the elongated fingers, and it is beautiful. It is also beautiful, and there is a certain plumpness to the hand as well. Well, in my opinion, this argues again for the authenticity of the Marlborough portrait by Rubens, in fact, as painted probably from life. Because how a copyist copying the Prado hand could have painted the hand in the Marlborough portrait without seeing her hand, and why would he even change it? Let's look now at the figures in the background, which I mentioned a couple of times, because these two figures are different from the Prado portrait. And in fact, the male figure was not even there. There's just a little piece of it on the extreme left. And this hem or caryatid, the female one, is not like a statue in the Prado version where she's just neutral. Here, this is like a woman that is alive. She's looking to the right, and she's in the company of this man. Now, who could they be? I mean, that's what we've been thinking. Who could they be in a portrait of Anne of Austria, possibly painted in 1625? And the people that come to mind are George Villiers, first Duke of Buckingham, who met the Queen that year, and her French courtier, Marie de Rohan, Duchess de Chevreuse, known as Madame de Chevreuse. Now, the presence of her portrait in this background of this portrait of Anne of Austria, painted, say, if we say it was painted in 1625, it could be explained by the fact that she was involved in an alleged affair between the Queen and the Duke of Buckingham, a romance between the two. She was a go-between these two people. Now, are there any similarities between portraits of the Duke of Buckingham on the left? This is an oil sketch, so painted from life, definitely, by Rubens, painted in 1625 for the equestrian portrait of the Duke of Buckingham, which has been destroyed. But this oil sketch is in the Kimball Art Museum at Fort Worth. Now, if we compare these two faces, despite the older age, obviously, of the male statue on the right, There are some similarities, in my opinion, and they include a straight nose with a large round nostril and a white tip a white light on the tip of the nose and a characteristically shaped mouth. So it's not impossible that this was a veiled allusion to the Duke of Buckingham. Now let's look for Madame de Chevreuse. Now we've got an engraving of Madame de Chevreuse by Charles David after a painting by Ferdinand L. Bibliothèque Nationale de Paris. Now, we haven't got the painting, we just got an engraving made after it, but L was court portrait painter to King Louis XIII, and Louis XIII was her husband, Anne of Austria's husband. So he could have definitely painted Madame de Chevreuse in person. Now let's look at the comparison. Both the statue in the Marbre portrait, this is it, image before restoration of the statue, because I thought that it looked even more similar than after restoration. I don't know, maybe it's the type of photo, but we can see similar curly hair, a straight nose with a rather sharp tip, the beginning of a double chin here, and a mouth with a strongly curved top lip. This mouth is in fact very characteristic, and the chin with a dimple a little bit. The mouth is, and there's like a little smile, an ironic smile that I notice in both. But this is of course an engraving, but let's see if we can find a painted image of painted portrait of Madame de Chevreuse. Well, only recently I managed to find one at the Château de Dampierre near Paris, a painting that is almost completely unknown. It's hung very high up in the boiserie. I had to ask for special permission to get the photo from the Château de Dampierre. Why the Château de Dampierre is interesting? Well, it's her family, the seat of her family home. That's where she lived. And it is her, definitely her. And it was attributed to the same Louis L. and his workshop. So let's compare these two now. Now we have a painted portrait. So let's compare the pattern. We can see again, in my opinion, similarities. A straight nose with a sharp tip, almond-shaped eyes, and a mouth with a similarly curved top lip. You can see it even better. So, if these two statues are indeed the protagonists of the romance between the Queen and the Duke of Buckingham, then the Marbre portrait should effectively be dated to 1625, when Madame de Chevreuse first met the Duke, and Rubens returned to Paris with the canvases for the Marie de Medici cycle for the Luxembourg Palace. I will not go into this in details because there is no time. But there are some historical sources which say that Madame de Chevreuse may have asked Rubens for a replica of a portrait of Anne of Austria for the Duke of Buckingham when they met in Paris in 1625. Therefore, we could think, I mean, it's a hypothesis, but it's a possibility because of the presence of these two figures in the background, that it was a second version painted specifically for the Duke of Buckingham at Madame de Chevreuse's request, probably for an exchange of some political information. And they might have been a drawing of the face alone, of the Queen's face in 1625, made from life, which has since been lost. Let's look at more evidence. Here is another portrait, an unfinished portrait, another important point of reference that supports our hypothesis that the unfinished, this is an unfinished portrait of a lady by Rubens, again, dated in the same year. So in 1625, it's in the Dulwich Picture Gallery in London. I know this painting very well, as I live near London. Well, interestingly, it was formerly misidentified as the portrait of the wife of the Duke of Buckingham. But as I have discovered, in my opinion, it's almost certainly Madame de Chevreuse. And this is absolute novelty, unpublished novelty. I intend to publish this. In my opinion, this Dulwich pictures most certainly depicts Madame de Chevreuse, and we can see why. Let's look at the comparisons. So we've got the Dulwich picture on the left, the engraving that shows Madame de Chevreuse, and her portrait from her house. Well, it's very similar. There are all the same similarities that we mentioned before, the nose, the mouth, the earring. But what is more interesting is that these two portraits are very similar in the way they are painted. It's the manner the face is presented, the composition, the angle, the expression, the delicate technique, and the rendering of details such as the pearl jewelry and the earring and the pearls. In both faces, we can also see a similar shadow of a smile, both in Anne of Austria. So now let's look at the evidence. So on the left, we have the Marlborough portrait. On the right, we have the portrait by Rubens in the Dulwich Picture Gallery. They are very similarly painted, almost as if this unfinished portrait was based on this portrait, in the way perhaps Madame de Chevreuse wanted a portrait painted in the same way that her queen was painted, because they are very close. Madame de Chevreuse and Anne of Austria were best friends. They were the same age, they were very, very close. So, in my opinion, it is very likely that this unfinished portrait of a lady, namely Madame de Chevreuse, executed by Rubens in 1625 in Paris, may have been modeled on the Marlborough portrait, perhaps on at the request of Madame de Chevreuse. We have another piece of evidence. It's all like a puzzle, but it's kind of all fits in. This is another drawing by Rubens, a drawing of the Duke of Buckingham, drawn in 1625. This comparison that I'm making here is also completely unknown. Nobody has put these two together, but I think that they are quite similar in the way they are presented. And obviously our idea is that it was in 1625. It is strikingly similar to the Marlborough portrait in terms of composition, again, angle of the face and graphic style of execution, because obviously this is a drawing, so it is a graphic execution, but the Marlborough portrait is in a way graphically rendered as if it was painted from a drawing, perhaps by Rubens. Or is the style in 1625 specifically? What I would say that in both works, we can see the same handwriting of Rubens, where the refined and delicate chalk lines in the drawing correspond to the almost graphic brushstrokes in the Marlborough portrait. We have more comparisons here. As you can see, this is the right part, right side of the face of the Anne of Austria and of the Duke of Buckingham, but a man and a woman, but in a way they are very similar. The way the eye is rendered, the eyebrow, the nose, the hair, which has almost that same gesture of the curls that go to the side, that curl up. Very, very strikingly similar, but the nose is even more similar. Let's look at the nose. I mean, it's almost like it's the same nose, but this is the nose of the of the Duke of the Queen on the left, and on the right is the nose of the Duke of Buckingham. It looks like they were like twins almost. It's so similar, but it's not so much the similarity. The similarity is very striking. It's the hand of the artist, in my opinion, it's the same. And of course, no one would question, and the drawing is not by Rubens. He's definitely by Rubens. And here we can look at the eyes. And again, this rather graphic treatment of the eyes and eyebrows in the face, in the Marlborough portrait. Same handwriting. The hair, look at the hair. I can see the same gesture of the artist in both. This is the hair of the Duke of Marlborough in the drawing on the right, and this is the Marlborough portrait. we can see the similar gesture. Well, if we have such a strong affinity with Rubens' drawing, dated, made from life by Rubens in 1625, this, in our opinion, further supports that the Marlborough portrait is an original work by Rubens, executed in that year, in 1625. There are more striking similarities yet. Here we can compare it to another portrait, a famous drawing, another famous drawing. I did not mention that the previous drawing was in the Albertina in Vienna. This one is also in the Albertina. It's dated around 1623, so could be, I mean, probably judging by the age of Rubens' daughter, because that's Rubens' daughter, Clara Serena. And again, we can see that the similarity concerns the handwriting in both portraits, the graphic linear rendering of the facial features, seemingly typical of Rubens around that period. Let's look at the eyes now. So we've got the Marlborough portrait on the left and the Clara Serena eyes on the right. Well, there is striking similarity. Again, also obviously they're not the same person, but the hand is the same. Again, let's look at the half of the face. Half of the face in the Marlborough, but the half of the drawing. Even the hair, the eyebrows, generally the design is very, you can feel the same gesture. Even more so in the hair. Look at the gesture. It's that comparable brushstroke comparable to the graphic, to the chalk strokes. One is obviously the drawing of Clara Serena and the hair from the Marlborough portrait. What is interesting that we know that Rubens is the most authentic and personal in his drawings, and if this portrait shows so many similarities, this further supports its authenticity as a work by Rubens, at least in the head, face and head, and possibly hands. So what I wanted to do now is to actually look for the hand, Rubens' hand in the Marlborough portrait, because we've had some opinions from some experts that they find it difficult to find Rubens' hand in the portrait. So now I'm going to show where we can see the hand of Rubens in painted portraits. So this is a very famous portrait that is in London that I know very well. Portrait of Susanna Lunden, the so-called chapeau de paille. Again, in 1622 to 25, so the same period. I tried to find some similarities in the same period. But again, the brushwork is quite similar. Let's look at the eyes. So on the left, the Marlborough eye, the eye of the Queen, and on the right, the eye of the Susanna Lunden. Well, they are similarly sketched and drawn, edged with pink shades. The eyeballs are bluish in both. The eyelashes are individually marked with dark paint at the top and reddish at the bottom, typical of Rubens. And the red corners of the eyes are also very similar. Equally delicate are the eyebrows in both portraits. Unfortunately, this photo has got, I cut it a little bit, but in the next one we can see it better. So that's the other eye of each portrait, respectively. Again, we can see the similar brushwork, quite a graphic linear rendering in both portraits, which tie well with the drawings of that period, 1625. And the quality, that's what I would like to attract the attention to, the quality is comparable. I mean, this portrait of Susanna Lunden is the most famous portrait probably by Rubens of a female portraits. So we're comparing it to the best of the best. Let's just look at the mouth now. Well, the quality is comparable and similarities, again, beautifully painted in both cases. From the artist's point of view, beautiful, the lights, the shadows, the very delicate, very subtle. Obviously, there are differences because this is painted, the Susanna London is painted on a wooden support, on an oak panel. So it's much easier in a way to paint on an oak panel because it's very smooth. And he painted very thinly here so that the imprimatura shows through, like is usually with his paintings on panels. This is on canvas, and the craquelure is a bit disturbing the eye, but overall quality is very high. Here we can look at the gesture of the artist again in the hair. So I made a comparison between the hair in the Mobro on the left and the hair in the Susanna London. Again, similar sort of, because that's where the artists have their mannerism, have their way of painting, which they carry on throughout, even throughout life. Now let's look at yet another comparison with another famous portrait by Rubens, another portrait of a lady from the Royal Collection, again in London, obviously for the obvious reason that I live in London. And therefore, this painting is dated a little bit later, up to 1630, 1625, 1630. And we can see that because the technique is more free. He's more experienced, it's more fluent. Yet we see some similarities again in the facial feature. I'm going to show this. Again, it seems that this angle of painting Rubens' portraits of women is quite similar. He has got that view of that's the way he puts his models. But also the neck, the pearls, let's just see. The neck and the pearls in this portrait, London portrait. Obviously, the technique is freer on the right, definitely. But what is interesting that the pearls are tied also with a little red tie. Well, here we have a little black tie, and here we have a red tie. But still similarities, and with the pearls as well, no pearl earring. But what is probably most interesting are the hands, strangely enough. So at first sight, these hands are not that similar, looking at it. These are the hands in the London portrait and the hand in, but when I turn them on vertically on the computer, that's where the similarities can be seen. Very similar, the way the hand is modeled, and even the nails, the square nails. Although here is much earlier painting, we can see, and this one is later, but the pink knuckles, the similarities are still there. Let's look an even more similar comparison. Now I compare the other hand of Anne of Austria from the Marlborough portrait, so her right hand to this hand, turned vertically, this one, because the other hand is almost vertical. And it's so similar. If you look closely as well, you can see the gradation of different shades of color, yellow, blue, pink, in the carnation in the Marlborough portrait. And I can see the same in the London portrait. It's that kind of similarity of coloring detail, except that this is earlier and this is later. And finally, I would like to compare this portrait, our famous portrait, to a portrait that appeared recently, was sold recently. I mean, didn't really appear, just was sold recently in London by Sotheby's, because it's also dated to circa 1625. And there are many similarities between these two portraits in the composition, the drapery, the black dress, except the hands are different. And it also came from an English collection and was unknown for most of the 20th century. The portrait was also associated with the Prado portrait of Anne of Austria, even in the catalogue, I believe. Even because at that time the portrait of Marlborough portrait was not known. It was also described in 1921 in Oldenburg's Catalogue raisonné, which I mentioned before, when Oldenburg said that this portrait is a workshop copy, not a, yeah, that's right. He also called it a presumed copy. Oldenburg called this portrait a presumed copy. Yet now it's been reattributed to Rubens. I would risk a statement that the face, let's look at the face. I think I can risk this statement that the face in the Marlborough portrait, it's much more three-dimensional, alive. You can see that this was painted from life. Also, the quality of execution is high. And possibly, just possibly, the Sotheby's portrait was also modeled on it because there are so many similarities, despite the fact they are two different models. Of course, as mentioned before, the background drapery, the black dress, the earrings, quite similar, very similar. And the rendering of the facial features are very similar, especially the eyes, which, despite the fact that they show two different models, they are quite similar. We can show them. The color, even the sort of blue-gray, except that in our portrait, the blue-gray is much more subtle than in this portrait, which is more blue. We have even more subtle. So it seems like, I would venture to say that it seems like this Marlborough portrait was reflected in a number of both copies as other paintings painted by the workshop of Rubens. It was reflected and modeled on, so it shows that it was a very important portrait, which has not only a historical, but a visual importance, that it was, so many things were based on it. So now I'll pass to the summary. Just to say what me and Professor Chrościcki, we came to this conclusion then. First of all, we can conclude that the quality of the Marlborough portrait is very high, especially in terms of the execution of the face and hands, as was demonstrated by many comparisons, both with the Prado portrait and other autograph portraits by Rubens. So the execution of the face is exceptionally delicate, refined and subtle, as well as comparable to the highest level of autograph Rubens portraits, such as the portrait of Susanna Fourmont, as we have seen. So this characteristic lightness, delicacy, and almost graphic, as if drawn with the brush. Drawn with the brush, that's what Rubens did best. He was drawing with the brush. So the depiction of the face is also directly comparable to Rubens' original drawings from live models, so painted ad vivum, made in 1625, such as the portrait of the Duke of Buckingham or the Clara Serena, his daughter. I mean, not Duke of Buckingham's daughter, Rubens' daughter. Now, as to the hands, which some scholars thought perhaps the hands are by somebody else. The face is by Rubens, but the hands are by a pupil. Yet we found similar painted hands in Rubens' portrait of a lady in the Royal Collection in London, which contradicts this. Furthermore, as I have shown above, Southman's period drawing and Louis' historical engraving were both modeled on the Marlborough portrait, not the Prado portrait. The portrait of Anne of Austria from the Narton Simon Museum, Pasadena, ascribed to Rubens, was also based on the Marlborough portrait in terms of the face and neck, not the Prado version. And a period copy sold at Sotheby's was also based on the Marlborough portrait, as we have demonstrated. Well, because many of these comparisons were not made before, because the portrait, Marlborough portrait, this wonderful portrait, was unknown, now is the time and the chance to see it and to verify all these comparisons. But this visual evidence, what better than visual evidence, supports not only the authenticity, but also the historical importance of this portrait as a portrait by Rubens with the participation of the studio. Probably, possibly, a second version executed in 1625 that was copied, repeated, and imitated by others. I think that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your lecture, dear ladies and gentlemen. This was the last speech that we had during our conference devoted to the portrait of Anne of Austria by Peter Paul Rubens and his workshop. And let me just remind you that what we've heard. So we had a lecture by Ms. Claire Toussaint about conservation of the portrait. Later, we heard Ms. Barbara Uppenkamp, who told us about architectural settings in Portraits of Anne of Austria by Peter Paul Rubens. And now we heard detailed provenance and arguments for the Rubens authorship, truly illuminating, and we are very grateful. And I would like to thank all our guests for the speeches, for the knowledge that we gained today. And now is the perfect moment for the sum up. And I'm asking Professor Chrościcki and Dr. Krzyża Górska-Pisarek for a couple of words, and please. Yes, and yes, of course. And if our guests, Ms. Claire Toussaint and Barbara Uppenkamp, are with us, we will be happy to have you with us as well. Maybe you would like to add something. So we're waiting for your comments, questions, please.
Hi.
Hopefully.
On the line or so.
In the room. Everybody's tired. I spoke for too long.
I do not really think it was too long. Actually, this is such an interesting painting, and let me remind you all this. We are talking about the portrait of Anne of Austria, which was exhibited in the Rijksmuseum in Warsaw for quite a few weeks, and it was exhibited in that part of the castle where cousins of Anne of Austria used to live. This is kings of Poland, Władysław IV and Jan Kazimierz as well. They were related. And for us here at the Red Castle, this is a very special event. So we were very honored to have this painting with us. And this conference is just to sum up that event, and we would like to underline how important this event is for us, actually. Yes, please.
Can we say something? Yes, I just want to say that I'm not just an art historian, but also a painter, and I trained as a restorer. And this painting gave me a great pleasure in studying it, because I was able to see every millimeter of the painting in high resolution images. And that kind of opened my eyes to many things. And I think that this technique of comparing very fine detail is the way forward in attributions, because attributions is what I do. I'm absolutely passionate about it, and I worked on this painting for many years with Professor Chrościcki. We've got this evidence that we put together, and I think it's self-explanatory. We can see with our own eyes that we try to show the Rubens' hand in the portrait, as well as all the historical records, evidence of the very interesting history of this portrait, which was one of the best Rubens portraits in the past. And perhaps some of these portraits could now be re-evaluated and restored to Rubens, as happened with the portrait sold at Sotheby's. We do hope so. And we think the quality is very, very high. And that speaks for itself as well. But the comparisons of fine detail and with the drawing here, with Rubens' drawings, is quite an eye-opener, I think, which I probably would not have put these things together, but it does indicate important things, I think.
Indeed, and the provenance, you said a lot about the provenance, but do you have any, clues for whom initially the portrait, from whom it was intended? I mean, who commissioned it? I mean, of course, the Queen was involved. It was her commission, but whether it was a gift from her or it was somebody other's commission.
As I said, there were at least 3 of such portraits. One went to Isabella, Queen Isabella. One went definitely to the Duke of Buckingham. And one stayed in Rubens' studio. So actually that makes 3, and we've got 2. We've got 2 in existence.
Indeed.
But we don't know which one is which. I suppose the one now in the Prado is the one that comes from the Rubens' studio. So it was the prototype that was left there for other portraits to be painted. But we don't know for sure. Obviously, it was an earlier one, because this one was partly based on it, with some changes, like the face of it was based on it originally, as we can see, the hand, the earring, the face, but possibly the face was underneath, possibly the face was sketched as in the first version, and then was covered with the lead white, and a new face was painted on top. But the question is, who painted it?
Right. And do you have any inclination, may I interrupt you, in claiming that the portrait was firstly owned by either Duke of Buckingham or who?
Sorry?
So do you have any personal, convinced, yes, an inclination who owned the portrait?
Yes, I would think that it might have been Duke of Buckingham collection, because of the Duke of Buckingham in the background and the Madame de Chevreuse. On the other hand, the inventory shows a smaller version. Possibly the inventory entry was not this very painting, but the painting that was painted from it, from this one. And this was a secret version, because we must remember that the Duke of Buckingham was in love with the Queen, but nobody was, not his wife, for example, wouldn't want her portrait hanging in her house, would she? So he probably kept it separately, maybe. As we know, he kept her portrait on his ship when he was fighting, and he put it on an altar, and there were candles everywhere, and he really was very much in love with her. So who knows? I mean, that's the thing, we don't know. So many years have passed, 400 years. It's quite difficult to say. What we know is its history from 1700, around 1700. And this history is very illustrious and a very, very, very good provenance for Rubens' painting. And also we can see the quality and all these things, other evidence, which I don't think can be dismissed, because all these comparisons were made with great effort and over a couple of years,
yes,
many years.
It's true to say that the portrait is very captivating. It draws attention. It's so its quality is really, really high. And now I would like to say something to Ms. Uvenkamp, because it was really very interesting to hear about that architectural setting, and it was actually quite surprising to learn that the figures in the background are actually not identical to what we see in Louvre. Because it was what I thought at the very beginning, that this is the exact copy, but no, yeah. Obviously, there was a kind of, well, the author transformed these figures. So thank you for that.
Yes, actually, that
Do you have any comments on that? More comments?
Yeah, well, I have tried to find out if these caryatids actually
I'm afraid we can't hear Miss Uvenkamp.
You can't hear me? Okay.
Now it's better.
Now it's better? Actually, I started with a close examination of the rooms in the Louvre, because my first thought was, as Frances Humer writes in her entry in the corpus volumes, that these rooms are supposedly the hall of the caryatides in the Louvre. But neither the room can be identified, nor the caryatides can be identified with the Louvre caryatides. So the architectural background is a complete fantastic background that it is made up by Rubens. But I'm speaking of the Prado portrait. The background is made up by Rubens from different pieces. So he had, I think, had some knowledge of the architecture of the Louvre, because we find a very fine fluted Corinthian columns in the Louvre, and we also have this famous musicians gallery with the caryatides, but I do not think that Rubens has actually seen these rooms, or he did not want to represent them. So it is not a portrait that has been painted on site in the Louvre, in any room of the Louvre. This cannot be true. So the other question is, why did he put caryatides and these columns and in all this background architecture there? I think because he wanted to create a suggestive surrounding, that is suggestive of the Louvre, but he did it with the means that he had at hand. And I also think that the painting was finished in his studio, and he just combined architectural parts when he was also busy with the decoration of the Jesuit church. So we find some parts of the Jesuit church in these portraits, also in the Antwerp and Louvre portrait of Anne of Austria. And we find these caryatides in other sketches by Rubens, for instance, in his architectural sketches for the triumphal entry of Ferdinand. Alas, we don't have the architectural sketchbook that Rubens had left behind. That is that went up in flames in the 18th century. So we do not have his personal architectural sketches, but he used different sources for background architectures. He also used prints, for instance, prints by Vignola to create columns. So this is an architectural background that is made up from different elements that come from different sources, and that are meant to create this suggestive surrounding of the Louvre. And I found it very interesting to hear from Claire Toussaint that she came to the same conclusion as I did, because I think that in the studio copies of these portraits, the architecture backgrounds get more room, and they are more precisely rendered, and I take this as a signal for a copy, a studio copy. There were specialists in Rubens' studio who did the backgrounds, and there were specialists who could also render the architecture. And this is precisely for me, in my opinion, is a signal that those paintings that have more architecture in the background are painted by the studio painters. Well, probably inside Rubens' studio, but I think that also that
amazing that that we are dealing actually with artistic creation, and we always have to remember that whenever we deal with a painting, like is in case of paintings by Bernardo Bellotto we have in the Royal Castle in Warsaw. So these are artistic creations. The same is here with the background, right? The reality has been somehow transferred in order to achieve certain artistic goals, and this reminds us that we are dealing with a great artist who had a certain idea in his mind and wanted to convey certain message about the queen, her statues, about her inner qualities as well, probably, and everything just served to achieve that goal. So the setting, the dress, etc., it was intended to underline the queen's position and just to characterize her. And am I right? Do we have a question about conservation? Yes. So we need either a microphone. Yes. Yes, please. I will ask you to come here.
Actually, I have a question, or simply not, to two speakers, the first and the third one. May I? I try to be as short as possible, but with English, which is not my origin, it will be not easy. I'm glad that I'm able to speak to Miss Claire Tussaud, who are supposed to meet and ask a question personally. And there are three matters. First of all, I was able to go through their conservation treatment thanks to the report which you've sent us along with the painting Loan. So I was more in focus in it. And I have to say that I'm so glad that you were able to solve this synthetic resin on top of a painting. We have a similar situation on Kunstkamera in our museum, which is simply peeling off and have the same UV appearance. So glad to hear that it was easy to remove with the solvent, which is my favorite one as well, the mixture. And the other question is, according to the way of stretching the canvas, not on a stretcher, not folded on a proper stretcher, but attached to the strainer, which we know it was very popular. but I saw on a painting which you put into your speech by Bruegel and Rubens from Prado, Sense of Sight, that two paintings put on a strainer were sort of displayed. So I never seen such a depiction. So do you have any idea? It was maybe for transportation reason, or was sold to the client in that way, so client might put it into the smaller or larger size by his own needs?
Okay, thank you for your questions. And so I will start with the first point, with the cleaning of the painting. Yeah, actually it's true, solvents were acting better because we could combine the solvents action with the mechanical action of the cotton swab, which you can't really have with gels. And we tried also this Evalon fabric, which is a super absorbent tissue and used a lot in the Rijksmuseum, and it was not working. So yeah, if you have to do it, I strongly recommend the use of solvent with a cotton swab. But of course, it depends on the test you will carry out. Regarding this question of the strainers, actually, it was very difficult to find images of painting on a strainer outside the studio. So there are really not a lot, which of course doesn't mean that the paintings were not sent outside the studio, not on the strainer, which I think it was a case. And actually in the Netherlands, in Gouda, I think, but I've forgotten, I should check it, and I can send you the precise information. There are still examples of paintings still stretched on strainer. So I think maybe it was really just common to leave the paintings on strainers, but now we are used to see paintings on stretchers. So we think it was always used to be like that. So maybe we should just reconsider our vision of old paintings and how they were stretched. And yeah, but also what we know is that paintings on canvas were also, I mean, the artist chose to paint paintings on canvas because it was also very easy to roll and sand, especially for big paintings. So in this case, of course, it was taken off the strainer. So I think it really depends from a painting to the other one and the destination of the painting, of course. So I don't know if it really answered to your question. But,
thank you. I'm not sure I understood everything, so I will mail you for
okay.
And this so little time is left. So thank you very much. And if it's possible, I will contact you by email.
Yeah,
okay?
It would be very nice, of course.
Yeah, one question to the third. May I? Just
Yes, please.
Such a we should be aware of comparison of painting by digital pictures. For example, at the beginning of the second part of your presentation, which is elaborated extremely deep in comparison and so on, so chapeau bas. But you compared the eyes of Marlborough painting with this of Prado, pointing that this one was more bluish.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at those photos again, you can see that generally the Marlborough painting is more bluish in digital image, mm-hmm, in all parts of the second part of the top part of the face. It's not easy to find it, but so it's more bluish because of the type of the photography. The Prado one is simply more warm, totally. So the difference between blue and grayish eye is actually, probably in natural comparison, might be not as big as we might think observing the photographs. I point this because I do the same as a painter restorer in many ways. And here, having this painting in front of us, which is a really rare opportunity, we might see during the presentation how much more bluish photographs are than the painting itself. So just not forget.
I see your point, and yes, thank you for your contribution, because I agree that it's very important what images you compare as well, because what we try to do is to get the highest possible resolution paint. But of course, we also have the originals. I also saw the Prado painting in the original and this one in the original. So it's not just...
The thing is that if we would have two original paintings next to each other, which is extremely rare.
An ideal would be to put this to... No, I would say that it would be ideal to put the two paintings together.
To have, if we compare two paintings, to have them in real life next to each other, we can do a real comparison. But photographs just bring us some tricky...
yes, I mean, obviously reproductions generally vary in color very much so they're not that reliable. But if you have a very high, and this one was like 15,000 pixels, you know, the images, and it's from the Prado as well.
I mean, not the matter of the pixels, but just the matter of the photographic condition.
Yes,
they are not similar. Never.
So
never.
What we should do really, I mean, in an ideal world, is to put the two pictures side by side, and that would compare it properly.
Just the note that the comparison of photographs, even if they are the best quality, might be risky. It might be risky.
But I also read descriptions. So say if they say that bluish eyes, for example, on this one, and greenish eyes in the Prado, so it's not something that is just on the basis of photographs.
I'm just aware of lay too far on photographs comparison. And the last very short thing. In the report which I mentioned, we as a council have got from the restorers, I was able to read a few opinions which restorers took from the sort of half of a dozen consultants from Belgium or around, and they mostly agreed that it's rather workshop, and some of them with the Rubens touch. Have you have a chance to read those, to know these opinions?
You mean from the restorers?
Art historian?
Yes, I've read yes, of course, I've read the report. Yes.
I suppose so, but just
yes. Well, certainly the workshop contribution is in the background, the dress, etc., but the hand and the face.
Thank you for that very, very interested and professional questions from a professional, from a conservator of painting. Would you like to add anything to sum up? It was a conference which really enriched us.
Probably now our time is finished. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your representation and new elements in this question. Rubens or not Rubens? Thank you very much. I suppose in a few time in a book with text published. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So thank you for all the participants. Thank you to all who visited us in person or online. I would like to tell you that this conference will be available on our YouTube channel on the YouTube channel of the Rare Castle in Warsaw, and there we present also some of the lectures that were related to the portrait of Anne of Austria. We had a lecture about the Queen's dress and generally fashion at that time, about the alleged relationship between the Queen and the Duke of Buckingham, etc. So I truly recommend all the people to visit our website, our YouTube channel, where you can find these materials. And this conference will be also available. So anytime you can just re-listen it. And thank you again for all the participants. And we are saying goodbye. This is the official end of the conference devoted to the portrait of Anne of Austria by Peter Paul Rubens and his workshop. Thank you.